So, true story. Good morning, everyone. Switch this over to the SPX. Should open up right around there. VIX hasn't ticked up much this morning. NVIDIA down in the pre-market. How's QQQ doing? Up 18 BPS from close. SPY's up 33. Russell and Dow are both up in the pre-market. Dixie's back above 104. That was quick. Bitcoin down, gold down, silver up, crude up 1.7. Yields kind of softening across the board. We got the 20-year back above 4.5. 2 years back above 5. When will bulls hibernate for the winter? um, Definitely not today if JPass says anything remotely bullish. My AMC calls. JK, I don't have it calls. Okay. Dad, pin the daily before you lose it in chat. Oh shit. I got it. Is it me or the volume was always pretty low? Other stuff sounds normal on my PC. Yeah. Generally speaking, for some reason, my volume's always just really low. What could JPow say that would be forever known as the "guh" heard around the world? I mean, I'm really curious. So, I mean, the Fed doesn't want to be seen as like bullshitting people, right? Um, Generally speaking, it's it's not in their best interest. And so, their staff has been projecting a recession now for over 6 months, and the Fed presidents have continued to deny that, right? And kind of lean the other way and brush it under the rug. But, now that credit conditions are more obviously tightening, um, and inflation's, the disinflationary trend on which they had pinned their performance has reversed. I think it's going to be a lot harder to continue to push that narrative without losing what little credibility they have left. It sounds better on Discord audio. Yeah, I think it's something to do with OBS, but I have everything turned like all the way up, and I've never been able to effectively fix it without putting on like filters that make the stream lag. Really bad. It's like I'm getting dubbed into a Godzilla movie. Do you see Euro stocks 50 gets 0 DT on Monday? Nice. Yeah, it was brought up like a few months ago that that was going to become a thing. We should try failing to deliver it. Interesting. I feel like you sound great on my phone. You can there's like a browser connection you can use to like boost YouTube volume or just volume in general over like your computer's built-in limit. Thoughts on J&J sold put bought calls at 9:15 210? Volatility play? Do they expect to strike in the money? Thanks for everything you do. The big fucking like I think that's a collar for like big institutions. Like the 210 calls it could be a vol play, like short vol. But I think there's a few big collars on it. There's a lot of institutions that own a shitload of that stock. So I mean, it's so far out of the money though. It's got no effect. It's kind of irrelevant. It has something to do with the shit audio that the fuckers prefer JPOW uses. All right, guys, make sure to turn his mic way the fuck down and put it really far away from him. Make sure he grabs it a bunch during the meeting, right? That's the most important thing. You want constant hand to mic contact. Like when Biden gets really close to the microphone and whispers like he's doing YouTube ASMR. Sup, Gherk? Barry here. First, thank you for all you do. You're welcome. Thanks for being here. Next, I went back and listened to the JPOW speech from J-Hole last year. He said there would be pain. We haven't had pain yet. Today, he brings the pain. I don't know if he's capable of it. I feel like being JPOW's sub would really be very unexciting. I deal with this fucking shit all the goddamn time. I knew how to piss you off. I used to just buy and hold, and now I make money every day. Thanks, man. Congratulations, dude. JPal will put the simp into symposium. Just wait until he whips out his guitar. But really, if he mentions anything about his guitar, SPX to 4600 end of day. I mean, I don't think so. There's still a lot of sold calls to the upside, and they were very defensive about their positioning yesterday. So, um, we might move up, but uh, above 4460, it's gonna get a little tricky. Definitely watch that level for another rejection. I would hate being JPAS sub. All this talk of disflaccid, just saying gorged. Someone suppressing the US 10-year, trying to hold off the yield curve because everything else is yeeting. Why are you the way that you are, Bob? Hey, look. GME covering. That should go on for another 2 minutes. They run out of liquidity? What happened? Dollar Tree's dumping again. Huh. Dixie's back above 104. J&J's moving up. What the fuck is KView doing? Oof. Rough open. Break out the exit TD. You know the economy is tanking when DLTR talks about how shoplifting is a problem in their stores. So's mismanagement. I believe the correct nomenclature is GA. I've opened an ME position, Express, and GME. It will all burn now. It's easier to blame the pores. True. Retail basket de-risk before JPOW? No, I don't think so. I think most of the retail baskets already de-risked or re-risked. What happened after Nordstrom's earnings last night? Did they shit the bed too? Ha! Fuck you, Cohen. DLTR wants to cater to upscale clients. What? Would DLTR try to take upscale client market share from Walmart? You know it's late stage. Shrink is the cost of doing business, though. Yeah. Crazy volume on KView at close yesterday. It was added to the S&P 500. Very exciting. Should I straddle this piece of shit? Kind of want to. Strangle? Ooh. I know what I can do. Oh god, that's super greedy. But they did short vol really hard. Hold on. I kind of want to do something greedy here. But if I do that, we're going to close flat on the fucking day, aren't we? Oh, I hate the markets. Hmm. Cat moved back up again this morning? Ah, okay. Okay, shit the bed. Macy's is a rebounding. I should probably cut that. Down again this morning. Hmm. I really hope JPEF finna come out and tell the bulls that their calls are fucked. Straddle Jackson Hole? I'm thinking about it. Vol's starting to pick up a little bit. So this might bleed down back to like 43.90 maybe. At least they aren't pumping hard right after open. That's kind of cool. Wish J&J would break back above 165 so I could buy more puts. Or do I want to buy calls on it now? No, more puts. Hmm. Dixie upping? Yeah, it is. Quick predictions on the whole. I think JPass has nothing of substance. Short vol risks on hard. And we close over 44.50. I know that the upside resistance is so shitty that I definitely want some out of the money calls. Um, even if they just pump to, like, even if he says something bearish and they just like pump to retrieve positioning, there's like no resistance to the upside up to like 44.40. Check DM. What do you got? Ooh, goodies. Don't like that. Okay, yep. Oh, Jesus Christ, everything's overpriced. Oh, gross. Mm-hmm. 20. Okay. So 795 through 25. All picking up. A little bit more, but safe. So keep vol below 17. Either way, Theta wins the day. I think Bulls try to take advantage today and get slapped again. Okay. Kirk, both my straddle sides keep getting greener. What is this black magic? It's a market maker's pricing up. Probably what do you have? 0 DTEs? It's crazy when I don't take my Adderall. I have no desire to play options because I feel the fear of losing money. And yes, that fear is non existent when I take my happy pills. It's almost like taking Adderall might lower your inhibitions and promote risk taking behavior. Margaret is afraid to move until JPass sentences it to death. Sure. Fucking puts are overpriced. Mm, 1444, 764. All right. Yeah, 0 DT after the meeting. I'm going to get IV crushed, right? Actually, IV generally doesn't crush that fast, so you'll probably be okay. I just need to watch QQQ here. If they're NVIDIAing the SPX fuckers, what? Oh, I mean NVIDIA's bouncing a little bit, but not much. It's only up like 0.33. I'm no expert, but isn't Adderall supposed to help you focus and be less impulsive? Hmm. Yes. I don't think that applies to trading or taking risk. My love for you also grows exponentially when I take my Adderall. Like, I really feel the bond we've built over the past 2 years. I know I could tell you anything and you would think about caring. That's just not true. Stegosaurus is the best dinosaur. Ankylosaurus is the coolest dinosaur. Stegosaurus is pretty dope too, though. I have a concern if the US banks are strong and resilient. Do you think JPAL will once again address this concern? I hope so. I wouldn't want to go around in my daily life thinking, what if our banks aren't strong and resilient, you know? Did you get the lingerie and chorizo I sent to your PO box? No. Sometimes I find myself pondering if in fact puts do or do not cost same like shares. I hear you. Odds of a gap fill before JPOW speaks. What do we got? Like 10 minutes? I doubt it. Been away for 2 weeks and missed you. What happened to Express? Is it a good buy opportunity pre-reverse split? It could be. It could also be a worse buy opportunity. Top had a day where it ran pretty hard. It went up like 30% in pre-market and it hasn't done shit since. Series probably not going to do anything till later in September if it ever does anything at all. Are you streaming the whole? Oh, fuck yeah. Are you kidding me? I wouldn't miss it for the world. I can just add later, right? I feel like that's a pretty good position right now. Although, here's a problem. It's oh, okay, never mind. Um, okay. Biggest bull flag ever? Where? Where's there a bull flag? Also, Denver, the last dinosaur, is the coolest dinosaur. Full stop. Chickens are dinosaurs. They make eggs. What kind of Persian where do you get Mongolian? I closed the upside at a profit, but I'm hanging on to the downside. I figure I'll just buy when it picks a direction later. Am I dumb? Not necessarily. That's probably a much more risk-averse approach to this bullshit. Give me a brief on what's going on with GME. Nothing exciting. If BlackRock pulling out of the U.S. commercial real estate market is the catalyst, that has absolutely nothing to do with GameStop. Brachiosaurus is the coolest. I'll fight all of you. Relax, man. No one. We don't need to get physical over this. Did Jackson put makeup on his hole before the meeting? Millions of eyes are going to be on that hole today. I hope he drew a clown face after Nvidia's earnings. Last thing I need on Saturday morning is a T-Rex breaking down my door again. 0 DTE premiums so high. Does this pose an IV crush risk after the J-Hole speech? Probably not. No, generally the 0 DTE like IV persists into the latter part of the day when we have like a Fed speech or something like that. Arguably one of the most important economics events for the rest of the year about to start. Pi-Fi, chickens are dinosaurs. They lay eggs. I mean, chickens are dinosaurs. What came first, the chicken or the egg? I would imagine that the evolution of the chicken occurred over a long period of time from its prior ancestor. So each egg produced something more akin to a chicken, and then over time became a chicken. Your leg is shaking? Almost always, yeah. Try to get the white out before the meeting, you know? Pretty sure we all came from a form of egg. Get that hole up on the screen. It hasn't started yet. It's just a big yellow thing that says structural shifts in the global economy in, corpo font. I've got it locked and loaded. You don't need to concern yourself. I still love the fact that there's a genetic mutation in chicken that gives them teeth, but it's lethal at adolescence. I didn't know that was a thing. Are they like human-like teeth? Or are they just like spiky teeth? Dinosaurs were probably delicious. I was just thinking about that, and then my mind kind of drifted to like we need way larger barbecues, and that's where I ended up. Imagine like a triceratops omelet though. If JPEG's bearish, there will be a structural shift in my pants. Jackson Hole, same like Super Bowl. Well, yeah. Flintstones knew what's up. I know. Disney serves a brontosaurus burger in one of their restaurants. That's not quite the same though when it's cow, right? Oh shit. All right, relax. Why is he early? This must be really bearish.
It was clear that bringing down inflation would depend on both the unwinding of the unprecedented pandemic-related demand and supply distortions and on our tightening of monetary policy, which would slow the growth of aggregate demand, allowing supply time to catch up. While these two forces are now working together to bring down inflation, the process still has a long way to go, even with the more favorable recent readings. On a 12-month basis, U.S. total or headline PCE inflation peaked at 7% in June 2022 and declined to 3.3% as of July, following a trajectory roughly in line with global trends. The effects of Russia's war against Ukraine have been a primary driver of the changes in headline inflation around the world since early 2022. Headline inflation is what households and businesses experience most directly, so this decline is very good news. But food and energy prices are influenced by global factors that remain volatile and can provide a misleading signal of where inflation is headed. And in my remaining comments, I will focus on core PCE inflation, which omits the food and energy components. On a 12-month basis, core PCE inflation peaked at 5.4% in February 2022 and declined gradually to 4.3% in July. The lower monthly readings for core inflation in June and July were welcome, but 2 months of good data are only the beginning of what it will take to build confidence that inflation is moving down sustainably toward our goal. We can't yet know the extent to which these lower readings will continue or where underlying inflation will settle over coming quarters. 12-month core inflation is still elevated, and there is substantial further ground to cover to get back to price stability. To understand the factors that will likely drive further progress, it is useful to separately examine the three broad components of core PCE inflation: inflation for goods, for housing services, and for all other services, sometimes referred to as non-housing services. Core goods inflation has fallen sharply, particularly for durable goods, as both tighter monetary policy and the slow unwinding of supply and demand dislocations are bringing it down. The motor vehicle sector provides a good illustration. Earlier in the pandemic, demand for vehicles rose sharply, supported by low interest rates, fiscal transfers, curtailed spending on in-person services, and shifts in preference away from using public transportation and from living in cities. But because of a shortage of semiconductors, vehicle supply actually fell. Vehicle prices spiked, and a large pool of pent-up demand emerged. As the pandemic and its effects have waned, production and inventories have grown, and supply has improved. At the same time, higher interest rates have weighed on demand. Interest rates on auto loans have nearly doubled since early last year, and customers report feeling the effect of higher rates on affordability. On net, motor vehicle inflation has declined sharply because of the combined effects of these supply and demand factors. Similar dynamics are playing out for core goods inflation overall. As they do, the effects of monetary restraint should show through more fully over time. Core goods prices fell the last 2 months, but on a 12-month basis, core goods inflation remains well above its pre-pandemic level. Sustained progress is needed, and restrictive monetary policy is called for to achieve that progress. In the highly interest-sensitive housing sector, the effects of monetary policy became apparent soon after liftoff. Mortgage rates doubled over the course of 2022, causing housing starts and sales to fall and house price growth to plummet. Growth in market rents soon peaked and then steadily declined. Measured housing services inflation lagged these changes, as is typical, but has recently begun to fall. This inflation metric reflects rents paid by all tenants, as well as estimates of the equivalent rents that could be earned from homes that are owner-occupied. Because leases turn over slowly, it takes time for a decline in market rent growth to work its way into the overall inflation measure. the market rent slowdown has only recently begun to show through to that measure. The slowing growth in rents for new leases over roughly the past year can be thought of as in the pipeline and will affect measured housing services inflation over the coming year. Going forward, if market rent growth settles near pre-pandemic levels, housing services inflation should decline toward its pre-pandemic level as well, and we will continue to watch the market rent data closely for a signal of the upside and downside risks to housing services inflation. The final category, non-housing services, accounts for over half of the core PCE index and includes a broad range of services, such as healthcare, food services, transportation, and accommodations. 12-month inflation in this sector has moved sideways since liftoff. Inflation measured over the past 3 and 6 months has declined, however, which is encouraging. Part of the reason for the modest decline of non-housing services inflation so far is that many of these services were less affected by global supply chain bottlenecks and are generally thought to be less interest sensitive than other sectors, such as housing or durable goods. Production of these services is also relatively labor intensive, and the labor market remains tight. Given the size of this sector, some further progress here will be essential in restoring price stability. Over time, restrictive monetary policy will help bring aggregate supply and demand back into better balance, reducing inflationary pressures in this key sector. Turning then to the outlook, although further unwinding of pandemic-related distortions should continue to put some downward pressure on inflation, restrictive monetary policy will likely play an increasingly important role. Getting inflation sustainably back down to 2% is expected to require a period of below-trend economic growth, as well as some softening in labor market conditions. Restrictive monetary policy has tightened financial conditions, supporting the expectation of below-trend growth. Since last year's symposium, the 2-year real yield is up about 250 basis points, and longer-term real yields are higher as well by nearly 150 basis points. Beyond changes in interest rates, bank lending standards have tightened and loan growth has slowed sharply. Such a tightening of broad financial conditions typically contributes to a slowing in the growth of economic activity, and there is evidence of that in this cycle as well. For example, growth in industrial production has slowed, and the amount spent on residential investment has declined in each of the past 5 quarters. But we are attentive to signs that the economy may not be cooling as expected. So far this year, GDP growth has come in above expectations and above its longer-run trend, and recent readings on consumer spending have been especially robust. In addition, after decelerating sharply over the past 18 months, the housing sector is showing signs of picking back up. Additional evidence of persistently above-trend growth could put further progress on inflation at risk and could warrant further tightening of monetary policy. The rebalancing of the labor market has continued over the past year but remains incomplete. Labor supply has improved, driven by stronger participation among workers aged 25 to 54 and by an increase in immigration back toward pre-pandemic levels.
I can't believe captions
Indeed,
are off.
the labor force participation rate of women in their prime working years reached an all-time high in June. Demand for labor has moderated as well. Job openings remain high but are trending lower. Payroll job growth has slowed significantly. Total hours worked has been flat over the past 6 months, and the average work week has declined to the lower end of its pre-pandemic range, reflecting a gradual normalization in labor market conditions. This rebalancing has eased wage pressures. Wage growth across a range of measures continues to slow, albeit gradually. While nominal wage growth must ultimately slow to a rate that is consistent with 2% inflation, what matters for households is real wage growth. Even as nominal wage growth has slowed, real wage growth has been increasing as inflation has fallen. We expect this labor market rebalancing to continue. Evidence that the tightness in the labor market is no longer easing could also call for a monetary policy response. Turning to the path forward. 2% is and will remain our inflation target. We are committed to achieving and sustaining a stance of monetary policy that is sufficiently restrictive to bring inflation down to that level over time. It is challenging, of course, to know in real time when such a stance has been achieved. There are some challenges that are common to all tightening cycles. For example, real interest rates are now positive and well above mainstream estimates of the neutral policy rate. We see the current stance of policy as restrictive, putting downward pressure on economic activity, hiring, and inflation. But we cannot identify with certainty the neutral rate of interest, and thus there is always uncertainty about the precise level of monetary policy restraint. That assessment is further complicated by uncertainty about the duration of the lags with which monetary tightening affects economic activity and especially inflation. Since the symposium a year ago, the committee has raised the policy rate by 300 basis points, including 100 basis points over the past 7 months. And we have substantially reduced the size of our securities holdings. The wide range of estimates of these lags suggests that there may be significant further drag in the pipeline. Beyond these traditional sources of policy uncertainty, the supply and demand dislocations unique to this cycle raise further complications through their effects on inflation and labor market dynamics. For example, so far, job openings have declined substantially without increasing unemployment, a highly welcome but historically unusual result that appears to reflect large excess demand for labor. In addition, there is evidence that inflation has become more responsive to labor market tightness than was the case in recent decades. These changing dynamics may or may not persist, and this uncertainty underscores the need for agile policymaking. These uncertainties, both old and new, complicate our task of balancing the risk of tightening monetary policy too much against the risk of tightening too little. Doing too little could allow above target inflation to become entrenched and ultimately require monetary policy to wring more persistent inflation from the economy at a high cost to employment. Doing too much could also do unnecessary harm to the economy. As is often the case, we are navigating by the stars under cloudy skies. In such circumstances, risk management considerations are critical. At upcoming meetings, we will assess our progress based on the totality of the data and the evolving outlook and risks. Based on this assessment, we will proceed carefully as we decide whether to tighten further or instead to hold the policy rate constant and await further data. Restoring price stability is essential to achieving both sides of our dual mandate. We will need price stability to achieve a sustained period of strong labor market conditions that benefit all. And we will keep at it until the job is done. Thank you.
Is that it? Okay. Huh. Interesting. So, nothing. He's going back to his fingers. That was way shorter than last year's speech. Yeah, it was. Gert 4450 now? Yeah, or we just fail the test of delta neutral. Why is TLT not in shambles? Why would TLT be in shambles? My strangle's in a weird position now. Yep. Yeah, it is. Hmm. Back under 4,400. Let's see. Yes. Failed to break above 411.50. So this is going to fail, I think. It looks like we're going to pick up some downside momentum. Yeah. That looks kind of bearish. That also looks kind of bearish. All right. Yes, moving below 4,400. Nice. Hmm. Let's see what's going on with positioning. Pretty flat on either side. Closer to the 43.90 puts. It's very weird. There's like call volume at 4,000. If we slip 43.90 here, we start to move into the bearish part of the chain. VIX is ticking up. Futures found a little support at 4,400, but then got rejected. The market's like, that's it. JP didn't tell me, so I'll ask you, are the banks sound and resilient? I mean, I guess not. He didn't say they were. No problem, dude. Congratulations. Lack of spina has more evidence than the existence of dinosaurs. That being said, the best dinosaur is also the most elusive, the Citosaurus. Secondly, chickens are proof that karma is real. Shout out to Dork for the book recommendation. Thank you so much, someone. You should probably just wait a couple minutes for me to buy options because then the market will pick the opposite direction. Fair. Or I could just continue to manage the positions I already have. Why are these not fucking stopping out? Hmm. Michigan sentiment out bearish. Down. Inflation expectations are flat. Consumer final down. Current conditions down. Inflation expectations. Near term inflation expectations 3.5. 5-year expectations still at 3. All right. Yeah, it's a little more bearish. 43.78. I have VIX up twice, sorry. The fuck? The fuck is GME's price? Stupid. Mm, If we slip below 4380, that's gonna be a pretty bearish signal. Not a lot of support till we get to like 65 below this. Yeah, futures isn't really finding support anywhere. Pretty consistently selling off over the last like 15 minutes. The volume's not increasing, but it's quite high. I don't know if we've found a bottom of this yet. VIX still under 17 though. Second. Support fails. I think if support fails here, I'm going to cut this. VIX kind of inching higher. The fuck? Are you just waiting until you have day trades in the stream account now? I was waiting for today to have them, yeah. So I was saving them up for today. I missed it. Is JPA writing in on a bear? No. But also not writing in on a bull. He said nothing. Got away with it. Are there a lot of sold puts at 43.50? Yes. Right. Yes, finding some support at 43.85. Is there nums in 0 DTE put tums? What? More Vega risk at 43.75. So if we drop below here, we should see VIX move above 17. I want JPAD to serenade me with his acoustic guitar and snuggle on a blankie with me under the stars. That's beautiful. We'd all love that. Last year, did he say mostly nothing, but also said Volker? Yeah, that's true. JPath started early, ended quick, went back to the green room to pray that Ueda, Yellen, or the Poors get the blame. He's a really good lawyer, if nothing else. Are we going lower? It looks like it, yeah. I mean, I cut the call side of my shit on the breakdown of 43.80. So we'll see how low we go now. There might be some support at like 43.65, although not a fucking lot. $43.60 and 50 put interest increasing. So the transition range from like 80 to 60s weakens into the lower end of it. 75's got a decent amount of interest, but I guess maybe still building. So there's plenty of room to go down there still. This bounce looks pretty weak. Trying to protect their Vega exposure at 75, but it's just grinding against them. I guess they didn't pull back enough risk at 4,400. Funny question, no particular reason, but 4,300? It's a bit far. Yen Dixie just yeeted. Um. Okay. Yen 146, almost 146.45. Dixie 104.26. Tested 140, 43.82.50. Small reversal. Failing at 43.95 on futures. Volume's falling off. Ooh, interesting. Dirk, what I missed? Did JPass say anything? No. Not really. But we want to see this breakdown to confirm more downside. It gets a lot spicier once we start getting a sub 43.75, because then VIX is gonna move up. J&J is above 165, like you mentioned. Ooh. Hmm. I might give it a second. Come on, drop, you piece of shit. There we go. Nope. They're still keeping VIX off 17. That's impressive. I wonder if it'll last. J&J above 165 for re-entry. Yeah, I'm just not sure which direction I want to enter it yet. I gotta take a look at it in a minute. Yeah, other shit to manage right now. Jackson's Hole reminds me of the time we drove across Canada when I was a kid, and we went through Rogers Pass, and the sign said you're now entering Rogers Pass, but the P was spray painted out. Nice. Thanks for bringing XSP to my attention. Zero DT debit spreads on XS SPX are a little outside my risk tolerance on days like today, but a few XSP debit spreads are just right. Nice, man. Congratulations. Grack, I'm green. Well done, popcorn trader. There we go. Slip. VIX above 17 now. GM on J&J, please. Why the fuck would you want to know Gamma Max on Johnson & Johnson? It's like 200. Is KVU dead? It's not having a great day. But neither is the S&P 500. That's fun. We lost 65 too. Hmm. How red's it gonna get today? That's a good question. 43.50, 45.40 interest is kind of skyrocketing. 60 and 65 have picked up quite a lot. Put volumes coming in pretty strong. A lot of calls being sold. So we could drop into like the 43.40 range or even further if interest keeps accumulating. How's VIX still sub 17? I mean, I expect they're going to try to defend like 40 43.50 because that's where their Vega risk is. VIX is still creeping up. Hmm. Dixie just keeps going. Yeah. 104.36 now. Yen's at 146.50 again. Likely to defend to close, not defend to affect a major bounce after that speech without any confidence undertones. Yeah, not a lot of confidence in the speech, but not a lot of negativity either, right? We focused on highlighting the good things and just kind of avoided addressing the bad ones. But made it obvious that he was avoiding addressing the bad ones. I don't think they'll get put capitulation today. Well, put positions are still accumulating, so yeah, that's unlikely. He didn't say strong and resilient. Well, he wasn't asked any questions about the banks either. A sushi restaurant here in Hollywood is called Sushi Stop, and the sign for the store is replicating GameStop. Do you think they will buy this used salmon I've had in the trunk? Maybe. You can see if you could trade it in for like maybe you could get like a cucumber roll or something. It's a bit of a downgrade. I mean, and you're only going to get like 25% of the value on your salmon, but thank you so much, man. I've already locked in 2 months salary and gains and still have a few runners left. I couldn't do it without all your willingness to share the knowledge. Life changer. Thank you. Thanks, Lord Barry, first of your name. First and only of your name. Congratulations, dude. Slightly fresher salmon? Oh, not without an upcharge. When's Jackson's? It's already over, man. J&J is still above 165. Bullish? I want it to be. But I don't know. The indexes are slipping. It's probably not a great target right now. They're going to offer you 35 cents in-store credit. Not enough for a cucumber roll. I mean, that's what I was getting at, but yeah. As Steve Brule once said, I ain't paying that much paper money for some stinky old fish. Brule? I don't know who that is. Who is in a Power Up Sushi Pro member? Today, a lot of KView put interest falling off of the chain. Do I see that correctly? A little bit of it is, yeah. I'd also like to point out that SPX is down only 36 BPS. Let's get another 100 BPS day. That'd be really cool. We have a lot of downside gaps we could fill. I'd be really happy about that outcome. Where's the next big one? Next big one's down at like 240. Oh god. Imagine if JPM long puts go in the money. Fuck, we're so close. We're testing the long-term trend, by the way. If anybody wants to get their tits super jacked. The last time we broke down through this was in March, and we barely did. If we go to like VWAP, like the weighted neutral price over like the last 8 months, the JPM long puts will go in the money. I'm very excited. All right, I think we might start picking up some downside momentum here now. There's been enough. I think there's been a sufficient amount of repositioning. So over the next it looks like the next hour or so, we should start to move down a little harder. Yep, I like that. Dork, how's how's it looking? I got out of my long side at 44.10 and my short side at 43.80. I grabbed some zero DTE puts at the 4400 breakdown. They're already up 100%. Nice, man. Literally would never have learned this. Congratulations, dude. Where do you think Baba can go in the near term? Down more? It's just breaking back under its like trend line right now. My mid target's like 82. Ooh. Oh yeah. Yeah. They're building it up, Dork. They weren't ready for this, but they're going for it. 1K gain on a QQQ put. Congratulations, man. That's fucking awesome. Thanks, man. Really, thank you. Thank you so much, dude. That's awesome. Congratulations. Did you exit any calls at the top? Yeah. I set trail stops on like all my straddle positions when we tested the upside at like 44.10. It was quite a move up, right? Because we had that overnight swing. So they were already pretty profitable at that point. I figured if I had to buy further out of the money, I would. What do I do with my 0 DT SPX 4040 calls that JFresh made me buy? um, uh, not much at this point, I guess. I opened a pretty big straddle yesterday on QQQ, so yeah, it's also done well. Although the call side didn't do great, surprisingly. How far down is this gonna go? I mean, positioning right now looks like it's like targeting 4350 primarily, but put interest is building out beyond that as well. 4350 still carries a lot of Vega risk, so expect it to be at least somewhat defended. I think I can just close this. Is that going to go up any more than it already has? It's not really profitable if I close it, though. It's better if I hold it to expiry. Then I get 1400, which covers the call side. I guess I should be more focused on managing the 4350. Insert thoughtful comment about your tutelage here. I made X amount of money, which may not be much for you, but it's a lot for me. I couldn't have done it without you. I know you couldn't have. I've seen you trade. If JPM long puts go in the money, VIX over 20? Oh, yeah. I mean, we'd probably be VIX over 20 if we went below 4,300. Sell a call so much lower than 4,400 that it uses all your margin. That's an option, yeah. Calls are still kind of overpriced, so it might not be the worst one. See if you can get sushi from Sushi's shop in exchange for his 4440 calls. I mean, I had a couple. I bought a few like 4420s at like market open. They're just gonna burn up. It's part of the cost of hedging, right? Thanks, Gert. Got profits on my calls. I got a major profits on the puts. I gotta say, I learned black magic money printing from a pickle dude. Let's fucking go. Congratulations, man. When JPM puts crash the market. I fucking love volume. It makes options do stuff. Peener. Oh, nice. All my SQQQ shares are now profitable. I really love this company, and I can't wait for their earnings call. Congratulations, dude. I'm glad you guys are making money. Harker speaking? Is he? Like at the symposium? Who gives a fuck? Are you sure he is? $830% on a NVIDIA Zero GTE. Thanks for the guidance, dude. Congratulations, Grackle. And they're really trying to cling to 4360 here. It still looks really bad. NVIDIA announced a 25 billion buyback, so they wanted to sell shares to buy them back at a higher price. No, they're not. They're not actually gonna buy back shares at these prices, right? They'll buy back shares when they're cheap. He's calling for more rate hikes. Hmm. J&J bussin'. Yeah, a little bit of negative beta there. KVU's just not doing shit again. Say the ex-dividend date? Okay. I'll worry about that next week. Yes, getting a little bit of a stronger bounce here. Testing 43.80. Broke 43.80. Bull's getting a foothold. I'm waiting to see. They're definitely shorting the fuck out of VIX. Retest 43.75. Maybe fill the gap. There's the gap fill. Hmm. Not a lot of interest change. 43.80 is resistance. J&J 10% kind of day? I don't think so. It's not even at resistance yet. Do you have any promo codes for options, like 20% off or something that you could share with us? No. The Vic shorting is nuts. Yeah, that was fucking crazy. I think maybe it just fails. I'll probably wait for a breakdown of 70 here. Vic's back above 17, maybe. It was a hell of a push with very little put capitulation on it either. Put volume's picking up a little bit. Call volume at 4380 is rising. But 4385 is still pretty weak. 80's still upside resistance. Looks like futures is starting to get rejected. Still want to see it fall below 4378 though. Did they push up here again? Maybe concerned with like one more big push to try to salvage 4375. Maybe they try to pull back some of the Vega risk. My biggest concern here would be if they get it back above 4380. I'm hoping they just fail because they definitely didn't have, like, they're doing this into momentum that's working against them. So I think we'll get VIX near 15 again next week, or are things just falling apart too much now? I'd like to see VIX move higher next week, if I'm being perfectly honest. Hmm. The daily still looks really bearish. Okay. Mm. Uh, okay, so yeah, ES is still breaking down here. Few attempts at like 43.78 as resistance, but it looks like momentum is going to favor the sell side. So we're looking for this breakdown to confirm a bigger move down. Um, so far it looks pretty good. Yeah, so it just slipped. It's gone up from overnights. Boo, and my 4400p, 4300p September debit spreads are happy. Nice. Did JPOW say enough to justify holding them? He didn't say much. He just said they're going to remain data dependent. We're probably not going to hear any significant news out of them until the September meeting. I just reset my IBKR password while slamming random numbers and letters on my keyboard. No exiting positions now. There's a whole ton of panic when VIX goes above 17. It's really risky for them, right? Because if we drop below 43.50, the VIX is going to go to like 17.50 or 18, probably 18, right? The KView 180-day lockup waiver fuck the play? I don't know, maybe? I don't think so. There's more liquidity to cover the short, but once the short's covered, it should still move up. Hmm. Jesus Christ, look how gappy this gets. I think I'm gonna try to walk SPX down to 3,800 while holding VIX sub 17. If so, I'm gonna need some popcorn. Jesus Christ, don't say that. That sounds awful. VIX back below 17. They're selling the 350 a little bit. Eh. So the 350 is super fucking hard through here. Break out of this. Jesus fuck, these vol shorts are insane. I'm so sick of these bulls. It's annoying. Yeah, that's Best Buy's earnings next week. Have they corrected any problems with retail theft? I don't know. Doesn't Best Buy like kind of lock up all their expensive shit already? Do you have any liquidity and ability to determine covering on KView? Or does being added to S&P make this very difficult? It's extremely difficult. Because it's being picked up by like all new like active ETFs are going to start picking it up in droves, right? Especially once it didn't pick it up last night in like dark pool orders. Its price has barely changed since yesterday. It's down 2%. I mean, it's really not that big of a deal. It also had a dividend, so. Hmm. Yes, broke higher. 43.90. Volume. We're gonna try to slam VIX. Retest VWAP. Hmm. Fuck, man. They just do not give up. Clawed back 60 basis points in half an hour. Do a bear thing. What can I do? If they get a little leverage, they're gonna short the fuck out of VIX. I was hoping that we had enough put accumulation to the downside that we were gonna at least push into 43.50, but they really don't want that. Breaking 43.80 is bad. There's only one other put wall, and it's at 90, and it's weaker. Not a lot of capitulation on the short side, but it's getting burned up all the same. It's delta neutral at today. It's 43 or 44.13.40. 44.13.40. Okay. Maybe they try to de-risk 75. I feel like I want to be on the vol shorts team. They're relentless. The shitty part though is if you buy calls when they start shorting volatility, your calls lose value faster than the price rises. So yeah, 60 BPS move on SPX, right? But it's fucking VIX is down 4.5%. KVU ubbies are not a guaranteed part of the play. Also, why do they have to happen today? The market's fucking down. It's a red day. Oh, okay. It's slightly up now. QQQ's still down. Adam Aaron's fault. What the fuck does Adam Aaron have to do with anything? Jesus fucking Christ. They're selling calls at 4,400 though. What if this is all a massive bull trap? It might be. Are you surprised that Fubo is green today and holding up decently against market volatility? You know how many thoughts I give Fubo every day, Mustard Homie? None. I sold covered calls on it. I don't care what happens to it until they're about to expire. Check out BB Massive Johnson trading halted. Blackberry? Oh shit. That's crazy. Is there a reason? Some kind of news or something? Weird. Mm, a little rejection on futures. Nah, almost. Nope. That just opened. You fucking bitch. Hmm. Futures testing 4,400. Some of them oncologist doesn't seem to be doing a lot. No, I'm not seeing a ton of puts selling off. It's a little less interest at like 350 and like 45.40, but like 43.90 and 80 are still pretty strong. Those haven't really changed much. Call volume's definitely higher though. $4,400 call volume is really high, but I think they're being sold. These fucking swings are the worst. Futures almost back at VWAP. Hmm. Still pushing VIX down. QQQ back at VWAP. What's pumping on this? The video still looks like shit. Microsoft, Cat, Visa, Tesla. Apple's up a bit. GLT's moving up. Dixie's still at like 104 too. We get dropped a bit on this run up. Like 0.25. But it's still above like 104.20. I want to see Dixie start reversing and pulling back up again. 30 years down, 20 years down, 10-year down, and then 5, 2, 6, and 3 up. Hmm. Let's see. So that peaked. That almost peaked. Downside momentum should be picking up here. If this is a bear rally, then we should be right about at the failure point. Let's see what happens. J&J holding up the market. No, it's not. It's not even up 1%. Isn't this whoop-de-doop-de exactly what you said is the expectation for events like this? Rip up, rip down, establish neutral, rip down, rip up, establish neutral. Yeah, this pushed a little further than you want to see it push, though. If this had stopped back here at 75, perfect. The bounce and push up higher, that's not a good sign. Not that it can't still fail, but it's yeah, you definitely don't want a continuation of an upside move. It's not good for momentum, right? Because the second bounce is going to eat up a bunch of puts, right? And then those will all have to reposition higher and nearer the money, which means that like the range to the downside weakens because it all gets moved up. BlackBerry's mulling a buyout from Veritas Capital. Cool. Rip for bag holders who bought Nvidia at 500. It's at 450-ish, down 10% already. Yep. Regardless of contagion, do you hope these pumpers get blown up? Fuck yes, I do. I want them to get obliterated. Dixie not believing in this rally. Starting to reverse. It's got a long way to go. Okay, if we can get the breakdown at 43.85, that'd be pretty cool. If we actually do fail here, that's a good sign. Because that means we're failing under the test of VWAP on futures. Puts building. Put volumes picking up, yeah. Right now, mostly out of the money, but 75 and 70 look pretty good. Did KView get new liquidity? Yeah. 3 days in. But that was a couple days ago. There'll be new ETF liquidity on it, but it's not like a volatility short. It's like a blue chip stock. These bulls don't understand. They can't break my resolve while I'm on hold with IBKR tech support. Back below 3085, confirmation of a failed breakout. 3085 on futures, not on SPX. 30 like 43 4372 on SPX. I guess 43, like 4375 on SPX. $175 BPS swing in 1.5 hours is pretty remarkable. Yeah. Their persistence in shorting vol is admirable, I guess. The candles today are massive. Big moves. BlackBerry buyout rumors. Yep, I heard. Bull and bear walk into a gay bar. What did the bear say to the bull before they sat down? I don't know. What's the BlackBerry buyout rumor? I don't know. Some Veritas is buying them out or some shit. I could fucking care less. Think AMC gets pile drive to 0. I mean, not 0, but they're gonna short it because it reverse split, right? They can average up all their shorts. Fuck, this breakdown's not getting a lot of momentum. Hurry the fuck up. Okay. It is starting to fail though, which is cool. It's a little bit better. Future seller is getting a little more confident here. I said what I said, Saituba. Gamma super flat here. Yeah. I'm hoping the bounce is just to pick up the lower side of the straddle range, right? Because we slipped through it too fast earlier. And then once they pick it up, we drop. But and it looks like that's true because of the out of the money call selling. But you never know with these fuckers. They get a little stability and then they drop 500 million on out of the money 0 DTE calls. Do you deserve more likes for your work? Do likes pay the bills? I think they keep the stream quality from getting downgraded, but I think that might be about it. I'm like 90% sure the channel doesn't get pushed in any YouTube algorithm, so. Head and shoulders into head and shoulders into head and shoulders all the way down. Okay. How about just one head and shoulders and then break back down to 43.50? Did you hear some apes went to Adam Aaron's home and demanded answers about why the stock wasn't on Jupiter? About time? No, I don't pay attention to anything going on with AMC. There's a big ape coin arbitrage that's gonna fuck over all the retail investors who thought it would make them money. And that's about it. Now AMC is gonna massively dilute again into continued shorting. And so everybody will have less ownership that's worth even less money. You're just saying that so I do more polls. Let's go to RC's home. Come on, I'm not going to Florida. Fuck that. Wait, people actually went to his house? I mean, A is definitely going to crush all shareholder equity. However, he's arguably been an amazing CEO for the company. He's gotten them a lot of money. They've survived a lot longer than they should have. Jackson's Hole's over. I told you this earlier. Where's the bulk of their Vega exposure? 4350 and 4300. That's why defending 4350 is so important. I really hope they don't stabilize here. Futures is still dropping a bit. Oh, we still need to move $6 lower on futures. Yeah. Fuck. Nope. Oh, we're starting to get a little bit of it. Yeah. Break down, you piece of shit. Maybe we'll get some oomph this time on it. So the shitty slow crawl downward. Dick's up, Vic's up. Let's fucking go. Beef, thank you so much. Guys, give him a shout out for hooking you up with Cornichon. Welcome aboard. Don't scare the breakdown away. BlackBerry just did some more ups. Okay. Like the stream pours, Riku. Thank you so much, Beef. You keep gifting memberships and I'll never tell your wife a damn thing. Have gifting on. If the MM hedges SCX with futures, why do they hedge SPY options activity with the underlying? Probably. They probably use futures also, but probably more so the underlying. It's surprising that my NVIDIA Jan 350s that I bought right before earnings when it was 470 are only now breaking even though NVIDIA is down nearly $20. You probably had a little bit of IV crush, believe it or not. That IV went pretty far. NW, thank you, dude. Guys, welcome to Cornishon. Give NW and Twat Waffle. Thank you, man. A shout out and welcome aboard. Enjoy your Dillionaire coupons. Did futures lose the $6 that it needed to? I believe so. Yes. Tom, thank you so much, man. Now that everybody watching the channel is a Cornishon, welcome aboard, guys. I hope this shit falls into the center of the fucking earth. Jesus Christ. Everybody in chat gets a membership, and I still can't get one? You're a pigeon whale already. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. Even I have been graced with a membership. Well done, Wessel's Pretzels. So Pigeon Whale can't slum it now? I mean, I guess you could. Shortest below 43.75, Gork. I can't do that. It's futures is falling below resistance. As long as it doesn't fucking find support here, we're good, right? Don't get me wrong, it's tentative, but volume's increasing, so that's a good sign. And the next candle opened under, so hopefully the downward pressure continues to pick up. The real question is, do they get all the alt accounts? I don't know. This market action is insane. It's pretty nuts. Ah, fucking cunt bastard motherfuckers. That better be a stop loss hunt. Piece of shit cocksuckers. God damn it. Alright, that's fine. $43.80 is still a good resistance. Maybe they have more exposure at 43.75 than I thought. Alright, bear flag broke down. Should actually be like right there. Hmm. Is the market moving up because Zom wants to buy the SPX ticker? No, although oil being up today is probably helping a little bit. Dixie just slipped again. Fucking Christ. 10 years up now? 20 and 30 years still down. So another range right here. Futures. Some guy, James, welcome to Zillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, dude. Rite Aid crashed. Okay. Have they rolled anything out past September? Yeah. I mean, they have sold puts like all the way out to Jan. September is the next like big concentration of them. But they've been selling puts since we were at like fucking 4,000. And in order to short VIX effectively, you want to. Oh, sorry. You'll be fine. In order to short VIX effectively, they always have to sell them in that auction window, right? So they're like when they're shorting vol, they're always selling that like 23 to 30 day window. And if there's no liquidity in that window, right? Then they kind of need to create it. Thanks, Tom. You rock. I bought a call at open market. What's your take on the action so far? Do you think it could fail, or do you think we'll limit the range between 4,400, 4,425? And the upside doesn't look very strong right now. Well, at least not above like 4,390. Why didn't you sell? No, I'm not gonna get into it. Why didn't you sell your call when it went up? You held it through all of this? What the fuck? Ooh, can we head and shoulders down now? That's the hope. $11:30 Harker on Yahoo Finance Live. Goolsby CNBC. 14 Goolsby on BBG TV. 14:30 Mester on Bloomberg. Fantastic. It's the next 70 BPS downswing. Don't the Bulls know they need to share and let the Bears have a turn? Like, give up the controller, you jabronis. Ooh, can we get a head and shoulders down now? Remember that stream when everyone kept asking the same thing? Hey, Gurk, I had to call the open market. What's your take on this action so far? And do you think it could fail anyway, or do... Oh, God. Thank you to whoever brought me on the Cornichon bus. Gifted membership. I can be green. Congratulations. Quite uncertain. Gherkin in the curtain. Goolsby can't be a real name, and yet it is. Are we going to be under 4,200 with VIX at 1640? J-Fresh must be fucking losing his mind right now. Ascending head and shoulders? Yeah, it is. Actually, I have a pinpoint for the resistance there now. $12.02. So gamma's completely flat. Delta's flat. Test 4,400 and fail. They had to have gotten out of the 4,400 risk, right? There's just no Vega risk in neutral. It's been a while since I asked, when are you going to take off your shirt? Doesn't look like it's going to be today. Since they keep shorting the VIX, how far out would one need to look on the SPX options chain to minimize the price impact of short vol fuckery? I'm tired of watching my puts get obliterated beyond like 45 days. Also, stop buying puts when VIX is up. That'll probably go a long way to helping you. Persistent fuckers. Lower high. Hey, look at that. Stopped out isn't bad if you can re-enter. Yeah. Women have two sides of the brain, the left brain and the right brain. In the left brain there is nothing right, and in the right brain there is nothing left. Okay. Just women? What about your pants? If you're wearing any, that is. I'm totally wearing pants right now. One of these days I'm going to learn how to take profits, but today isn't that day. I thought you locked yourself out of your IBKR account. Thoughts on Chewy? I recall you don't like earnings plays, but how much lower could it reasonably go? I mean, it could go a lot lower. The answer to that question is always down more. Um, but I do agree. Chewy's quite cheap. They're probably unlikely to experience the same decline from consumer sentiment as a lot of other retailers, and since they're e-commerce, they're not really going to have the issues with like slippage, shrink, whatever the nice word is for people stealing their shit. I only have a brain stem. My neurologist calls me a medical marvel. J&J play has been altered. J&J issued a dividend. It may incentivize J&J holders to hold and even buy more instead of selling. Their dividends locked in after today. Fret not, we shall ride eternal, shiny, and chrome into the gates of Valhalla. Man, I just want VIX above 18. I feel like I'm not even asking for a lot here. Sorry, one sec. All right. I'm not feeling so good, Mr. Pickle. Well, we broke above the downtrend here, although I don't really know if I'd call that a downtrend. Why are you not feeling so good? Because of the call you bought at open and then didn't close? Small bounce there. Hopefully this one's weak. Seems to have a lot less volume than the prior one, so that's a nice. Still need to move below 43.85 to confirm the downside. Maybe even 43.8250 now. Hmm. I know it's special dividends. The stock rips up to compensate for incoming dividend and drops after ex-div. This isn't a special dividend. Generally, the price of the stock drops into a special dividend, so the share price loses the value of the dividend being distributed, not rips up. But J&J dropped into the end of the day yesterday at the dividend, ex-dividend date being today. And then, yeah, usually after the dividend's distributed, you see selling. Good morning. I just want to say thanks. I didn't realize SRF went for a jog this past week. A little bit, yeah. Thanks for the $2, idiot market makers. Yeah, call them out. You really got them. Yeah, because the stock was swapped prior to the dividend date. So they don't pay a dividend out to anybody who received distribution. But Kenview still pays a dividend out. Their dividend date today is today too. And the dividends are the same, I believe. Actually, KViews is a little higher. 3.39%. Hey, there we go. Let's try this shit again. Don't you dare bounce. Don't you do it. It's gonna be the world's slowest slip. It's actually good. The upside's starting to lose the momentum it built up. Slowly, but it's losing it. I'm finding a few more sellers, but the majority of sellers are down at like 43.80. So bridging that gap's kind of tough. $43.80 is a fortress. It's got a lot of interest. This was also like the primary straddle point last night. So this is where all like this is like where all the straddles came in. The strangles were out at like 95 to 410, 4410, and the and like 75 to 60, and then all of the straddles were like 95, 90, and 85. So hopefully this is just peeling back those positions, and then we'll start to get, more repositioning and continuations. Like I think I'm pretty certain that the upside, like the upside straddles were like closed out already up here, right? And if this is where like or the upside strangles, if this is where like all of the straddles were, with the highest concentration like right there, then the outer strangles are already closed. So after this positioning in the middle breaks down and repositions, that should give us some directionality. Jesus fucking Christ. I'm gonna bounce on every other tick. Thanks, Dork. Retest 4,400. Gross. Downside opens up a bit below 4,370. It's like 4,375 or 76, but yeah. $10 swing in 3 minutes. I know. I also came whilst being straddled last night. Congratulations. That's really awesome. I think the Bulls got their confidence back to keep up the bullshit. Nothing said was most bullish, right? No, he didn't really say anything bullish. Didn't really say anything, yeah. He went over like an equal number of diametrically opposed data points and then said they're going to keep looking at data. Data intensifies. Where are you going to stop? We'll stop there. It's just annoying that every single pump has to be pushed to the absolute extreme. The fucking swings are wild. Market volatile. It's wild. Realized volatility. This uptrend held 3 bounces. Does this just become bullish? Um, above here it does. There's really not a lot of put interest on the chain in this range. Like above 4390 is the last like actual put wall. And then gamma flattens out all the way up to like 4415, and then it starts to, then there's like call interest from like 4415 up to like the gamma flip point, which is now at 442750. If you want to hold a straddle for like a week, how much theta would be appropriate? Uh, Probably like 30 DTE. I mean, you're gonna cut your losing leg on that after you've established a strong trend in one direction or the other. Switching bullish now, just picking up an extra hedge. It's mostly in case they try to blow out the rest of their positioning to the upside. Are puts falling off? Not really. 80 and 90 are still really strong. 75 still got a lot of interest. Yeah, not too much. They've also been selling a lot of calls to the upside again, which makes me think that any move up here is likely to be met with a rejection. But I still want to hedge just to cover the range, right? I love having my call hedge stopped out right before the rip. It really helps the P&L. I miss having a cash account. The toe ring shit's super cool when the market's kind of flat, but when it's doing stuff like this, it's the worst. Uh-oh. The video getting popped for a kick in the books. I don't know. It's just like a fucking. It's just bullshit. It's not confirmed or anything. But someone on Wall Street Bets posted that CoreWeave took a 2.3 billion loan collateralized by 2.3 billion of Nvidia H100 chips. Blackstone, BlackRock, and Magnetard bought 2.3 billion in Nvidia chips. The exact 2.3 billion in data center beat contributed by US growth. Fun fact, CoreWeave's located in Vegas, and the US growth Nvidia mentioned is bullshit. And then they posted the Series B funding from CoreWeave. Magnetar Capital. Looks like Carlisle and Co2 Management and Digital Bridge as well. Oh, come on, you got it up here. At least do one big fucking push and try to get it over delta neutral again. Where does this top out? It's a good question. 4390 is the last put wall. So if we pull up above that, it'll probably run through that flat gamma range up to like 415, or 4415, 4420. That's why I bought that out of the money call. If it fails here, maybe it'll start dropping again. But we need to pick up a lot more downside momentum. How is that not crime? It might be. How is Cat and Baba looking to you at the moment? I mean, Cat seems fine, and I've got some time on it. It hasn't broken back above. Uh, it hasn't broken back above gamma neutral, so I'm not super concerned. Although testing and bouncing on delta neutral might be a bad sign. Hopefully, it'll just continue to break down. Caterpillar hasn't fallen through delta neutral since March. I've been up on the puts a couple times, but I don't want to cut them yet because the potential move is so big. If a big event is happening and they just want to short VIX, will there be any momentum today? Yeah, it would go. Price will go up. I've been trying to do $5 to $10 out of the money entries with a 30% stop, but get stopped too much. Is this decent risk management? If you're playing zero DTs, you're a bit far out of the money to have that tight of a stop. You could probably get away with a 30% stop if you're buying at the money contracts, but you're not going to get away with it if you're buying $5 or $10 out of the money. The price fluctuations and the premiums are going to be too extreme. Dude, Tesla's down 20% since the fucking earnings where we started this argument. Are you gonna come in here every day it's up like 1 or 2% and say shit and then disappear the next day when it's down 1 or 2%? Just let me know now. I think Touring Gang is on Cap. Is Cap on big swing days? Try Chastity Gang. It's awful. Yeah, that sounds terrible. Is it worth trying to drop shares of Horizon when they reach 13? I pick them back up again. When it reaches 1150, or should I just let Drip do its thing and leave the shares be? It depends. If your cost basis is low, then the underlying price moving up is beneficial to you in regards to the dividend. But yeah, you could. I mean, you could. I sold my Horizon forever ago. Computer glitch when I tried to move my stops during Jay's hole. Stopped at a loss. Went short and the market moved against me. Fuff, one of those days. Fuck, yeah. Gentleman's bet, and I was hoping for reasons why it was going to go lower, and the microeconomics. I don't have time to read every slice of news. I'm trying to legit see it as close 100? Close to 100? Yeah, I figured you meant macro. I mean, Tesla's not in a good position over the next year or so. China's economy is only getting worse and not improving. Um, Demand's dropping, car prices are lowering, and interest rates are going up. Right, so they have competition coming into the space. I don't see anything. I don't see anything good for them like 12 months out. If they manage to survive competition in their sector, which I don't know if they're set up well to do, but if they do, the realization of that could be years out, like 2 or 3 years. Still a big vol short, man. It has some of the most like the greatest options interest in the S&P 500, despite its poor recent price performance. Is the Siri play dead? No, but I don't think anything's gonna happen with it until September. I mean, it's holding $4. Under $4, it gets a little iffy. But I mean, if they pull back those puts, it'll rip. They still used a metric fuck ton of synthetic liquidity to bring the price back down to $4 from 8, right? So at some point, they're gonna have to resolve that liquidity. Although I would keep any positioning on it at the money. I still have Jan calls. I mean, they're super fucking cheap. It's not like I'm risking a lot on it or anything. Is KView dead? Dude, it's like almost the same price it was yesterday. If you're gonna ask me every 5 minutes, just manage it yourself. Yeah, Revlon's dead. The Cybertrucks are ugly. Boss makes $1 million. I make $1. Let's steal the catalytic converter off the company truck. You know all the revenues from the Cybertruck are already counted, right? Like all the pre-ordered ones. Tesla doesn't waste any time reporting that shit. All 7 of them. I've been adding September 29 440p's on SPY for the past few weeks. Pretty good cost basis. Not a bad idea, no. Doesn't seem terrible. I mean, even if we were to hold the like 4400 level until like SLD and we just trade between like here and 4450. If we get another SLD like we got last time, yeah, they could print really hard. You've got a decent amount of time. That's not how revenues work. Tell that to Nvidia. I'm not an accountant or anything, but I'm pretty sure non-GAAP reporting is basically whatever they want to report. I'm pretty sure Nvidia counts the profits of all the companies that use their chips as their own profits. Which way is Charm favoring this afternoon? Actually, Gemma's pretty flat on both sides of the current price, so neither. I don't think there'd be a lot of effect from Charm. If we stay at 43.90, there's not gonna be a lot of effect from Charm either way. It's okay, their AI chatbot told them that the orders to their 40k graphics cards will be sold until the year 4090. Solid until the year 4090. Is BlackBerry bringing up the meme basket? It might be putting a little pressure on it. I don't know if it's BlackBerry in the Russell 1K. It might be. So hope for my NVIDIA 100p for September 15th. No. These red candles are just a big tease. Yeah, there's still no downside momentum. Not yet. If we keep slipping, we get back under the other put wall, but we're not there. We got a ways to go, I think. Although I will say that the odds of a breakout are looking a little worse. We do have kind of a rejection on VWAP now that we've tested it. Annoying that we had to come back all the way up here and fucking test it, though, instead of just failing here. Worse yet, that it was driven all by futures buyers. It's the SPX options chain didn't really have much of an effect on it. When is SLD this September? I believe it begins on the 13th, ends Monday on the 18th. So there's been a lot of uh call selling at 4400. Actually, there's been a lot of call selling kind of all the way up to like 4415. After this morning's breakdown, most of them are zero DTEs, but here's the problem: if those get pressured, they'll get squeezed out, right? Equivalently, there's a shitload of put selling at like 4360 and 50. But we're way closer to the call side of that right now. So yeah, I think if we break 4400 on SPX, we're gonna shoot up fast. But if we don't, and more sold calls accumulate, we might start to push back down, and then we might be able to pressure the short puts into the latter part of the afternoon here, and that would be bearish and awesome. But we're very much stuck in the middle right now. Jackson's whole speech was this morning at 10:05. You can rewind it and watch it if you want. It's for lunch. I don't know. Part of me is hoping for like a little breakout here so I can get my. I didn't get out of all of my calls on the straddle. I still have a few left, so I'd like to close those if possible. I got stopped out. I still have like three left. I have like three left, but I would like to close them. No, I want to break down now. You know your shot at a breakdown's better if we test delta neutral, right? I didn't sell any bear call on SPX today. If I rewind to watch it again, do I get to try trading it again? I mean, good luck. I got a question about Gamma Max Delta Neutral Spike on Upstart. Upstart spike didn't happen, but when they happen, does it usually indicate a run fall is about to commence? No, they don't. They don't indicate anything, and you're looking at bad delta neutral data. That's like Yo-Yo's old model that doesn't have appropriate smoothing, and so it's just and they don't actually mean anything. We got rid of those a long time ago. Observational bias on meme stocks, but if you extrapolate it out to other securities, the spikes don't mean shit. And so they're only positionally relevant when they happen. And it's based largely on the interest in the options chain at the time. So they're useless statistically. Is delta neutral still at 4010? 40 40 44 13 40 bull bear pig. No, don't pressure my sold 4420s. VIX getting a little bit of... It's doing a little thing there. 90th bounce for today. Come on. Fuck you. Yeah, there we go. Finally. Jesus Christ. Okay, so now we've got the 90 put wall back. Let's see if we get the 80. What's the orange at 43.92? Just a horizontal, like an old one. It's probably not on the daily. I think more importantly, that's roughly where like futures 4400 is. Based on the de-risking we've seen so far, do you think the decrease matches their reduced margin? Are they plan on trying to keep the market up here longer? I mean, as far as we know, they really don't want it below 43.50 right now. 43.75 is a bit of a problem too. 4400 I think has been de-risked a bit. I know that 44.50 and 25 have been de-risked a bunch. So there's less upside Vega risk than there was. There's still Vega risk at like 4500, 4525, 4550, but it's significantly lower than it was in the past. However, a lot of that risk has rolled down to like 4350, 4300, right? So now they kind of they've extrapolated, well, like, they've shifted that risk down. So now they have even more risk, but in a lower range. So this likely drags on for more weeks. I mean, it could, or much like 4550 and 4500, it just gets buried, right? I mean, 4450s stayed pretty buried. 4425 stayed buried most of the last week. They got very few opportunities to de-risk those. And so, the next stop down is 350 and 4300. They'll defend it, but that doesn't mean they'll win. Hopefully this is just stop hunting on the losing end of the breakdown. Remember how we talked about this before. So this is widening out on the downtrend a little. If this fails back through, that's more significantly bearish. If it regains this level, remains kind of bullish. Did you stop out of your Baba puts? I don't know. No? No. I've got a bit of theta on those. I mean, I'm not super concerned with them right now. I'd be worried if we broke back above like 90.11 or yeah. Or maybe like 90.50. Although I might just buy more if we do. Mm, there's some traction. Mm. Mm. Fucking ES retesting. God damn it. They'll just buy anything. Any old sack of shit. Um, make VIX great again. No, VIX can move back up to 17 really quick. Although now if we drop to like 43.60, VIX will only be at like VIX will probably only be just at 17. I'd like to request 44.15, then 43.50. I'd love that. That'd be fucking awesome. I mean, they're just trying to like part of this is like stabilizing the price to get the puts to sell off. So you just buy all the downticks and hope that the puts close out and you can get rid of the pressure. But they're not, I mean, they're not really like they're not really pumping anymore, right? Like it's not like they're trying to drive it up above delta neutral, which is fucking lame. How are you calculating VIX by SPX price? And VIX is a measure of variance on SPX contracts, right? Why isn't the pressure against the call since SPX is gamma negative? They're buying enough to offset that. Will charm be against calls into end of close? It depends on what level we're at. We're starting to get a foothold on like the actual call interest, though, which is fine as long as they pump it to the upside. I don't give a shit, but sitting here at 43.90 for the rest of the day would really suck. and that put wall at like at 43.90 doesn't appear to be going anywhere. Hmm. No, JPEG didn't say shit, Jimmy. How, thanks, man. How did you predict the levels of price action during the day? I realize a lot of experience is needed, but it looks like magic sometimes. Thanks. Read more books. Any suggestions on training your brain to buy the opposite leg when things are going in the direction of your open position? I mean, you only really need to do that if you don't have stops, right? But I mean, identify where resistance and price targets are, and then if you're gonna like close open, open before you hit your price target. That way you're already hedged for the reversal. Kind of needs to rip to 44.50 to save my poor management today. I'm banning myself from SPX for at least 90 days. Why did you trigger PDT? They're selling 916 4600p, buying 3850p for October 20, 4050p for Feb by the millions. Huh. Interesting. I love Bazinga headline. US stocks surge defying Fed concerns. What a crock. Yeah. Thoughts on next week price gyrations? And we can still end up just stuck in this range. Do we have what data do we have next week? Anything important? Of GDP next week. Oh, and PCE next Thursday. So employment and PCE next week, and GDP. We might get some movement next week, but we're still very range bound here. Why 350? I mean, who the fuck knows? There could be 5 million reasons why they're buying those contracts. Or they're selling the 3850, buying the like calendar spreads. I mean, yeah, and you don't even know if they're the same entity. You can't use the word gyration and stack in the same sentence. Sorry. I thought buying the 485C 460p NVIDIA 0DT was going to work out today, but I only bought the 485C, profited smallly during JPOW, but I forgot to buy the 460p at the top, which then ran from 25 cents to $10. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Hmm. It's a little better. No, I don't think chop into the end of today is very likely. At some point we're gonna end up on one side or the other of all this fucking flat interest. Ideally, I'd prefer to the downside of it, but wouldn't crash or rip. My straddle's waiting. I don't even want this fucking call. Fuck that. That's just chilling. Yeah. Hmm. God, it's like they buy every fucking downtick. It's so annoying. No, earlier was awesome. This like since the bounce, it's just kind of sucks. God damn it. Okay. A push? I can work with that. Huh. Cock blocked at VWAP? Oh, sell off hard, you bitch. This is what I'm talking about. It's alive. No, don't just fucking keep going. Capitulate on all the calls because you can't get them in the money. Yeah, that's the good stuff. Keep it up. It's got to drop enough that those stupid asshole fucking dip buyers don't just pile back in again. Right? Like every one of these downticks, they're going to start buying calls until we get low enough. If we fall into the put wall, they'll sell them all. But right now, they're just piling into calls for a reversal, right? So we need more momentum to break down. Continuation. Yeah. Fucking destroy them. Keep selling futures. Blow up all their shit. And I hope not. I hope we just get a continuation and they push lower. We're below the 90 put wall now. So the Bulls have a little bit of an advantage again if they continue to press it. Fuck. No. Mhm. Sorry, one sec. Damn it. No, the other thing. You got any for futures left to sell? Haha. All right. Cool. We keep hearing about another COVID crisis coming up. Probably total BS, but if it's not, what could it do to the markets, in your opinion? And would the Fed step in again? I mean, the Fed's not in a position to step in with quantitative easing right now. So, no, although I doubt at this point with vaccines and everything that we'd ever, really be in a position like we were previously. I missed everything today. What's the outlook for the market next week? What did Powell say? Literally fucking nothing. Um, Things still look bearish. I mean, we're still below delta neutral. Um, Vega risk is increasing to the downside, and we're getting closer to that Vega risk right now, which is really cool. It's continuing to move up without hindrance. What is this craziness? Don't worry, when it hits 17, they'll short it again. Could this dump something crazy like 43.25? Or is that silly goose stuff? I mean, that's kind of silly right now. Oh yeah. So the out of the money calls sold off. Like the long call interest sold off a bit there. Um, looks like we lost some of the interest at like 43.95 and 90. Uh, 80 and 85. We can still get hung up here. We still want to be below 80. Like, don't get that part wrong. We definitely want to see this drop below 80. But we do have a little bit of momentum, which is cool. Buy those for next Friday. All right, good. Small bounce, but I think we continue downward. Okay, so hopefully this continuation sees us fall below 80 here. And then we can actually break down. I don't want to average that. I don't want to close it either. I don't think I give a shit. That's $5 in the money, so that's not even covered yet. 20 spread, so 1300. That's irrelevant. Cat's just not doing anything. KVU's not doing anything. Hmm. All right, I'll be right back. Kirk went to water, Todd. VIX is up, but not that much yet. Futures still need to slip the next level, and they found some support at 43.90. So yeah, this still looks like it's gonna stop at every fucking major resistance on the way down, or every minor resistance on the way down, which is even worse. Although momentum's turning in the bears' favor again. What do you think is a reasonable VIX level to open long-term puts? I mean, historically, 16 or less is very cheap. Let's break 14 or 43.80. That would be really cool, although that may not happen yet. I would have preferred the sell-off have a little more momentum. This can still too easily recover. ES volume still dropping. Uh, 5 minutes getting a little more bearish. One minute's a little more bearish. Okay, so maybe. ES didn't find continued support above 43.95, so that's a good sign. Cooking something good? I don't know. I've never eaten it before. It's like they're like chicken sliders from Trader Joe's. I think I'm gonna ride my 43.75 to close. It's worth $400 anyway. Okay. Well, you might get lucky. If you go out to the 1 hour, the trend's really bearish, right? So I mean, hopefully we see the rest of that continuation today, as opposed to like into Monday. But we'll find out. Like, yeah, if you look out here, like we tested long-term resistance earlier, bounced, and now we're getting rejected. But still like below, we're getting rejected below the bullish trend. So this is still really, really bearish. You know, a second test of the downside resistance may not have nearly as much support, which would be cool, especially if they like risk off the 75s and the 50s. or start risking off the 50s. And then we could actually really drop. I don't know if we have enough time for it today. I think we do. We've got about 2 hours. Maybe. We might have enough time to retest like 43.56. Just noticed Boeing made a $10 move earlier. Huh. Yeah, Dow's actually holding up pretty well today. Much better than the rest of the indexes. But that could be a bearish sign, right? Dixie's recovering. Okay, so we're starting to get a lot more put interest at 60, 50, but still a lot of that sold. Vega increases below 80, 70, 65, 60, 55, and 50. Jesus Christ, they sold the fuck out of the downside. Um yeah, maybe 43.70 is where we'll probably bounce. Yeah, probably. If we don't just bounce higher. Is that gonna turn down? Futures just pushed up through 43.95. Four tests of 43.90. Netflix up. Microsoft Cat. Meta's down like almost 3%. Google's down. IWM's running. TLT's up. So QQQ's up. Mostly Apple. Hmm. It's kind of a bearish test on VWAP for Apple. Visa's doing well. Hmm. 61. All right. Ooh, spicy. We're gonna slam into close. Are we? Really feels like we're just gonna get stuck between 43.80 and 90 into close. Another absurd pump and retest of 4,400. The head and shoulders building out on futures. VIX sub 16, SPX 4350 end of day. VIX to 0, SPX to 3800. My straddle does not like 4380, 4390. Yeah, I'm sure it doesn't. The market maker does, though. Looks like Cat's been tickling risk all day. I mean, I'm not risking off Cat unless it's at like Gamma Neutral moved. Gamma Neutral's at 276 now, I believe. Let me double check that for this morning. But I think it's quite a bit higher. 276.47 now. Oh, goody. Since nothing's ever going to break either way. Hey Gurk, thanks for all your pickle tier DD and secret DD DDS. Can we also start a band called Cornichon and Cambria and then write a book, Dillionaires as a Pickle Investment? Thanks, chillin' at Shoney's. I'll think about it. Regarded on a scale of Wall Street Bets, Shrimp Boat Guide, and Moonwind, 10% port BETR. I have no idea. Ew. Why did they drop so hard? Huh. Interesting. Is this correct that their float is only 200,000 shares? BTR CEO fired 500 employees. Well, that saves a bunch of money. Over Zoom and talked about how hard it was for him. I'm sure it was very difficult. They're real estate and it's not going well. Yeah, but they're also $1.27 a share. Somebody's got to take profits on those shorts, right? Eh, could be worth something. They just IPO'd. They de-SPAC'd, right? You gotta be fucking kidding me with this bullshit. Hmm. Okay, so this is gonna fail eventually. Again. If they want to push it up, just do it. I don't think they can. I don't think they can. Fail back to what? 43.85.80 for another pump? I mean, yeah. I don't know. I guess we could break down at 80, but it's I don't know where we get dragged there, like 70 again, I guess. It's kind of shit. Falling 4,400 again seems very bearish to me, so buy calls, failing 4,400 again. It would be kind of like a big head and shoulders. Head and shoulders on like the 15-minute. I've been spreading SVX all week and it went pretty well. Thanks to the resistance shouts to signal a good exit when I'm working. Also, check DMs. Okay. Wait, is this you? Why is it not showing up as your name? I made $9 today. Winning. Nice, dude. What's going on in Jackson's Hole? I have no idea. Thanks, Girk, for your book recommendations and teachings. I've been reading The Best Loser Wins, and it's helped me from taking profits earlier and making way more than usual. I haven't fully conquered my fear of letting things run, but it's helped change my mindset. Awesome, dude. Yeah, it's a good book. Sold my Bobby BB calls too early again. Oh, okay. Well, I never bought any, so. Can we get another one of these $60 drops in 45 minutes like this morning? That'd be cool. Um, maybe if we reject off 4,400 here. The fact that we're breaking higher is pretty fucking bullish. That's already done. That's annoying. We're gonna test VWAP again? Triple top? Jesus fucking Christ, man. This is so annoying. Hmm. Thank you, Tom Tom. You think a re-entry on J&J puts is a bad idea at this point? I don't know. I scalped the run this earlier. I haven't gotten stopped out of those yet. So until I do, I'll probably stay in them. I bought them for next Friday, so I gotta, and I'm in the money, so I could probably hold them over the weekend. But yeah, if this starts to slip, I guess I'll stop out of them, and then maybe buy some puts again. Right now, the arbitrage seems to be favoring J&J, though, or for the upside at least. Okay, Dixie is just nosediving. This is fucking ridiculous, man. Dixie almost back to 104. Why? So tired of these all-day fucking bear flags. What do you think happens with the 250k 210p that expire in the money today? On what, J&J? They're probably just protective puts. CNBC article, the best way to build wealth is to have a high salary. That's pretty fucking insightful. With next haircut or bank failure or random event, I think statistically we're overdue for a weekend newsprint. Are we? Look at that. Market can go quite a long time without shocking news. Also, CNBC, higher wages is causing inflation. Wait for the third article. Retail investors accumulating wealth are driving prices higher. Jerk showing exasperation once a quarter. I just want the fucking piece of shit to move. Like, if they're gonna try to push the upside and regain the 4430s, like, just fucking do it already. There's little to no resistance, right? So Dixie 104.11. Yen 146.26. Now the 20 and the 10 are negative on the day. So 30, 20, and 10 are negative on the day. This morning was fun. This is boring. I agree. Oh, VIX under 16. That's got to be pumpy time, right? Another pump here. Hmm. If they get the 4,000 in the money, how's interest there? Split? Yeah, it's kind of bullish. Gamma flip is at 44.2250. They let VIX climb back up to 16 again. They're pushing back against so much downside, like, pressure. Still a VWAP on futures. I'm choosing to not test GN. GN's at like GN's like $120 out of the money. They can't hold SPX up here through another rejection. Bets? Popcorn stock reached an all-time low today. Yeah. And the morons still sing AA's praises. The meme squeeze may have been the worst thing to happen to millennial economic stability since U.S. public schools. Accurate and true. We're going to find out DFV was a BlackRock plant all along to ensure that any millennials that did own property won't. But lowering volume on an uptrend could mean a breakdown at some point, right? Grindy upside, impulsive downside move in the morning. It could mean a breakdown, but volume's increasing on this break up, right? Like we just broke above VWAP, so this is probably going to spill over a little, if not a lot. I think they have a decent amount of interest up to like 44.20, 44.30. So I think that now that they've gained 4,400, they're gonna try to push the ever loving fuck out of this, which is cool. I mean, they'll make money if they do that. My straddle's alive again. Yeah, I'm gonna be able to sell the few calls I have left from this morning, which is neat. Kind of happy about that. None of this is currently being supported with zero DTEs either. Where the fuck is the call interest on this? It's just flat. Like Gamma's just flat here, basically all the way up to 44.20. So they should just be able to run it. There should be nothing stopping them. Is it possible SPY call interest is strong enough to help pull the price up? It's fairly equivalent. It's kind of bullish. That looks good. Keep going. Hmm. ES is about to test the long-term trend resistance here. It's like $2 away. So keep an eye on that. $44.10 through $44.30. So to get the strangles, they need to hit 25 at least. Gork, my pooty toots. What, weren't you just up on them? What the fuck, man? Speak 4425 into existence? Manifest it? I mean, I think that's what they need to close out the long side of the strangles from this morning. At least 4425. I didn't close any of them. You know that you can sell options, right? Unless you have PDT, like me. And then you just fucking stare at them. This is... I hate this fucking account so much. $300% my 4410s. Go on, come on. Push it, you bitch. Don't you dare reject. Break up harder. Like 5 minutes? This is either gonna fail spectacularly or break up harder. And that's tough. I can't believe you haven't slain the PDT dragon yet. It's murdered the profitability. I should just open a fucking cash account. I've missed out on like 40k in gains already because of fucking PDT. Just watching spreads go in and out of the money all day. It's been fantastic. Now you know what it feels like when we trade. I mean, I know the solution to it. It's just boring as fuck. If we hit 44.30 though, I might not have to worry about it anymore. Futures are pushing up through trend now. Up through the downtrend, like the long-term downtrend. 44.10 goes in the money. This has got to just rocket, right? They're buying so many fucking 0DTs right now. You can see the call side of the straddles here. It's they're super fucking obvious. Hold on. Some put sellers coming in trying to fade the top. Is it enough of them? Probably not. Nope. Put buyers. Sorry. I'm never doubting the V again. It's inevitable. It wasn't yesterday. Hey Greg, Lagarde is speaking at the symposium at 3. I think her speech could swing the market into close it all. If they're going to continue to raise rates, it could. Also, BOJ and BOE reps are speaking there tomorrow, in case anyone was curious. Oh, thanks. I didn't know that. I keep getting ads for something called Sticker Mule, which shockingly sells stickers. I, a 45-year-old, am not going to buy your stickers. Ooh, a shiny one. Well, here comes the delta neutral test. 4420 incoming? I think so. And they are pushing hard as fuck right now. Still haven't tested D end. Oop. Fuck. Stopped. Well, let's hope that fails then. 200% was good, right? What did this fucking fill at? 43. You did say we would have volatility today. Yeah, usually after these meetings though, once we get a direction, it's pretty set. Usually, but also usually the straddles and strangles are all cleared out in the morning, right? Or at 2 o'clock for FOMC meetings. Yeah. All right. Interesting. Now we fail? Is failure on the menu here, Dork? It's bearish. Okay, we finally fucking tested delta neutral. I hope this fails spectacularly. That'd be really cool. Oh, not giving up just yet. Hold on. Oh, but are they gonna fail? Yes. What the fuck? Did I cancel my order for another cat pit? I almost forgot to sell my straddle. Okay, cool. That would have sucked. I don't know. If they lose 44-10 here, that can't be good for them, right? Then they have to de-risk 4,400. Is anything good for them? I mean, failing a test of delta neutral yet again is definitely not, but let's see if fast gamma starts to move up. Oh yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Say it with me. Double top. I would have preferred had it been just a head and shoulders, but this worked out okay. Because I got way too greedy with fucking out of the money calls. Are we going down now? I mean, you can confirm at 4405 and 4400, but it looks like it. Are my 4350Ps gonna print or not? Nah? Really shouldn't have puts at that price range. I mean, I have them too, but they're bad. They're really bad. Because it's too contested. It's like that strike's like fucking has sold puts on it all the way out into like November. So it's always going to be like every approach of it is going to be contested, right? What if my 4350 P's have theta? That's not as bad. You can't sell puts. You could have sold them earlier when you were up. Confirming is for nerds and virgins? Maybe. What if I have 4350 zero DTs? um, I have some of those. I'm sorry for your loss. Maybe I can get out of these. How many do I need to buy? Like 6? I'm gonna need VIX to go back up to like 1750 here. VIX 14 end of day. I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, you piece of shit. Reject again. Come on. If we get the momentum started to the downside before power hour, that could be fun. Stabilizing here is not good though. Hmm. 4,000 calls haven't taken profits yet. Why? So yes, is retesting the long-term downtrend again. Right here. We want this to fail back below VWAP, right? Uh, oh. These probably aren't relevant. Well, this one might still be relevant, but this one's not. Oh. Ooh. Euro and the pound are dropping. I wonder if Lagarde can fucking drop the euro hard. That'd be great. You said she started speaking at 3 p.m. Eastern? 15 minutes? Is it 3:05 or 3 o'clock? I think you want to see the 10-year move green again. Oil's still holding up. That's annoying. I need to change the fucking colors on this. Hmm. I feel like even if we do get 44.20, we're still gonna sell off into close here. Should buy another one of these at 250. Those are fucking worthless. Almost 3 o'clock. And they've got the leverage if they try to pump, right? Fast cam is not pulling down. Still shorting VIX. Hmm. Close the week at exactly 4,400. Uh, Actually, I mean, for the vol shorters, it would be better if we closed at like 80 or 75 because of lower day over day variance, right? Which would be a good reason why they push so early to close upside positions instead of waiting until end of day. Which might mean that on a stronger rejection, we drop like $25, $30 into close. It doesn't look like the out of the money puts have closed out. Like 43.90, 43.95 still have a shitload of interest. So does 43.80. Sold? Some of it is. But a lot of the calls to the upside are sold too. If we close around this level, what would next week look like? Hard to determine. Volume's continuing to drop on this. It's a double top now. ES 44.20 24. 44.24 25. Sorry. Yeah, 44.24 25. Break up. Test. Okay, so we tested 44.25 now. Big push. Oh shit. Goddamn motherfuckers. $20, get the 20s and then fail for 1550. $44.20. They're not out of the danger zone. I still think they want to grab these and then fucking like close them out and let the price drop. Top is in. Failure, bitch. Girk, I did a bad thing. What was it? 43.85.90 feels like a proper place to land based on the PA today. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Do you think they want the weekend headline of market ignores JPOW, inflation is over? They get that if the market closes flat, though. Then they can be like, market stabilized into the end of the week. Can we see it? You might see something like T+2, Joe. Seeing that volume bump on futures makes me happy. Yep. One more. actually. For me, the biggest disappointment was the pumper's inability to get VIX to 10. Yeah, I think VIX to 10 days are over for now, but damn, did they get close. 55 minutes of downs. Yeah, if they're pulling back exposure at this level this early, I think so. Can we repeat yesterday's massive sell-off? Maybe. I mean, if this drops hard enough to trigger profit taking at 4,400, then we can close between like 43.90 and 70, with the more likely range being like 90.80. And it's not crazy, but it's fun if it happens. Pee pee poo poo peener peener doo doo. Thanks, man. I needed that. It's been a rough day. So what's next? Seems JPEG is not planning to do anything useful, as expected. More of the standard SPX bullshit for the next few weeks. Yeah, I mean, when's the FOMC meeting? Like 2 weeks from now, right? So we've got another PCE print, unemployment data, and another inflation print, which is going to be hot. Which, I mean, is all going to lead. I mean, I expect the Fed already knows that, right? And so it's all just going to lead to the Fed doing another 0.25. Maybe they'll do more. Bank of America sees 30% upside for this derivative play post NVIDIA earnings. I hope they bought the top. No, they just sold it to other people. Other than asking you on stream, is there a way for ordinary retail investors to see intraday options OI? Or do you have to have pigeon whale kind of money? If you want intraday options OI, you need more than pigeon whale money. Way, way, way more than pigeon whale money. So we're thrilled to head out tonight to drinks. Nothing of consequence. What? Oh, like as far as how today's shaking out? No, not really. Fucking Dixie's dropping again. God damn it. They can't have gotten all the positions yet, right? Or this is just like CTA flows that are gonna try to come in. I don't give a fuck about the sold puts or the variance. I'm not seeing increased volume on ES though. There's definitely buyers there. Okay, the 10 and the 20-year are green now. The 30-year is the only one that isn't. I wonder if Dixie rips. What's your Baba risk? 90.50 now, or was 91.50? 91.54. It's a little lower than that. It's like 91.01. But I think a retest there, and I just buy more puts. Honestly, if it breaks like 92, I'd probably exit. But yeah, I think on a retest of resistance, I would just pick up more puts. The trend doesn't look super bullish, and I don't think China's economy is getting any better anytime soon. Although if this fails, I probably won't get a chance at that anyway. How's your chat GPT number generator doing today? Mm, 60% chance, 60.61% chance this starts to break down. So it's decent. Would get could get better, I guess. More. I just don't know if there's enough time for it to break down. It's bearish as fuck going into Monday. I think. Right? Well, yeah, it kind of does look bearish. Day 9 with no profitability. Jesus fucking Christ. How many times are we going to test delta neutral? Alright, I'm back from the doctor on antibiotics. I'm planning on blaming all my poor trading decisions on nasal congestion. Any wins are, of course, a result of my great skill. Nice. That's a good way to approach it. Let's double top at 48.18. What's the significance of closing above or below delta neutral? I don't know. None, really. Above it's slightly more bullish. We haven't closed above delta neutral in quite some time. We're not testing DN, we're chopping on DN. We're definitely testing it. There's quite a lot of volume. Gamma's still flat to the downside, too. $15, $20, $25. I'm still thinking 44.25. I mean, I'd almost like them to just test it so they can pull back the rest of their exposure. They clearly didn't get it all cleared out on the first attempt. Because then at least one of them going long here will stop. How far can we fall in 30 minutes? Depends on how much shit sells off. I figured it out. What? It means that the price can move really quickly through the downside range. There's like there's no resistance. So once a direction is established, if that direction is to the downside, there's really no resistance until you hit like 43.90. I feel like this all depends on NQ breaking or failing 15,000. Uh, Probably a lot of it does, yeah. Hmm. 2250. That's 1845. Hmm. Pumpers have one call stuck at 44.20. They have a lot more than one call stuck there. Gemma at the 44.20 strike is like 72 million right now. Volume of that strike is 56,000. Dixie's forming a higher low. Sorta. This is like the flattest I've ever seen the fucking dollar trade. $20 negative again. Charm will start to chew away against the out of the money calls, so 20 and 25 will start to get eaten up. The 24, like the 44.15's in the money now, so that won't be as affected. A little bit because it's not very deep in the money, but the 44.10, 4400s, those aren't going to be affected by Charm. VIX 1550. Yep. Can they hold that into close? They may be able to. Yeah. I'm kind of banking that they don't, that they, because we're not testing, like they're not getting them the 4420s in the money yet. That they just like they capitulate on them early, right? Because charm is going to start to, like, really drag the value of those down and the delta on them, right? And once that starts happening, they might start pulling them back. And if they pull them back, they can trigger sell-offs in the 15, the 10, the 5, and the 4,000 or 44,000, 4,400. And then you get the hedge flipping at delta neutral too, which can accelerate that. So it's risky, but there's a shot. Or we rip to 4450? I don't think we're ripping to 4450. If we keep moving to the upside, we're probably going to close below 4425. Ooh. Such a good opportunity for future sellers. $30 left. 25s and 20s are still out of the money. Hmm. Futures just lost the 4425 resistance or support. Support, I guess. Well, one candle's worth, but slip DN. Let's go. On the 30-minute chart, SPX looks like it has a nice head and shoulders if it fails here. Yeah, it does. On the hour, too. I see the gamma delta, but why not do dumb stuff? Are they just selling tons and tons of puts? Yeah.
VIX at 15 means cheap long dated puts. Yeah, it does. Well, cheaper. I mean, don't forget, like 4 weeks ago, we were buying puts with VIX under 13. Hmm. What's on GME next week? Probably not a lot going on. GME had a little more covering today. I don't know. Maybe it starts to turn around a little bit. Let's see. NDX failed the EMA here. Fucking Christ. Is it a green down candle? Alright. 33. 333. That's kind of bearish. No, the 10 years negative again. More downs possible for Upstart in the future. Yeah, Upstart's below 30. That's not good for it. There's a lot of short positioning at 30. Hmm. Is there a gap? Interesting. Futures volume? Ooh, a little bit. SPX is trending down. Let's see, we find support here at like 405 again. I guess that would be problematic. So 410 and 405 are the resistances. ES failed, or NQ failed. Piece of shit. I hate WeBull. I might have over leveraged my put ladders here a bit. It's gonna be fine if I'm right? That's gonna fucking, who gives a shit. Okay. What does 10-year negative imply? E.g. bullish or bearish? Bullish for the bond price, bearish for the yield. Oh, you fuckers. No, just keep slipping. Lose 410. Lose 410 and lose 405. I'm trying to turn this shit around again. No one's got time for that. 20 minutes left till expiry. Fucking every other tick, man. So annoying. Yes, tested 44.19. Let's see if it breaks down through the 44.20 resistance. That's a big one. That's where our like long-term trend is at. Doesn't seem like there's a lot of buyers, but there's a few. Volume's picking up though. Which could be good if this pushes down. Because then sellers will come in at what, like 44.15. Ah, come on. Jeez, you can just dump futures contracts here with no fucking slippage at all. Alright. If your puts print, I'll order a pineapple pizza for my wife who's allergic to pineapple. Don't do that. That's fucked up. 23 minutes to drop 30 points. No big deal. Yeah, it shouldn't be. So 30 points? I mean 30 points. I'll just be okay with like less than that. More than that would be cool too. Push it. Are they buying calls as they're going out of the money? Was there a small gap around 4,000? I don't know. There's a couple, yeah. Huh. Okay, so if we lose 44 at 10 here, I think we lose 4,400. Just enough time to pull it off? Barely. I'll take below 4405. Reasonable. $60,000 at 4410. 70,000 at 4,400. 23. Bears are such little bitches. $44.10 ain't being breached, methinks. Well, it might not be. Oh, no. Call side gonna win. $15 now. Vic's getting crimed. Vix looks hysterical right now. Uh, 4420 is picking up likelihood. Huh. Not often we see end of day calls get crushed. So this is This gets worse the more time that passes. Or, well, at least less likely to break. Does today's pump even matter? No, I mean, we're kind of just flat over the last few days, right? They broke my spirit today, Gork. I'm sorry, Popcorn. In the Bulls' defense, J-Pow just didn't say anything today. So, no, I don't think anyone knows what to believe at this point. Couldn't watch today. It looks like someone's been fighting real hard for DN and criming VIX. They fought very, very, very hard for DN, and then may not keep it. Uh-oh. What a crazy Friday. I feel like Fridays haven't been this interesting in a while. Is it gonna fucking break down or what? Not enough time. That's trying really hard. Bear? 11 minutes? The reckless spending of the Bulls is why I continue to max out my credit cards with Pigeon Whale memberships that I never intend to pay for. Nice. Oh, fuck yeah. Bears. Guys, there's bears. They were there, they were hiding. More. More of this. Yeah. A weekend. Ooh, spooky. Fear. Looks like I'm not buying pineapple pizza. Not yet. Wait. Also, don't do that to your wife. That's fucked up. As a fellow fruit allergy sufferer, I understand her pain. What kind of absolute sadist would hold their 4405 open right now? Fuck off. Close your goddamn calls, you pieces of shit. They're already worth less than you bought them for. There's only 9 minutes left. Love you long time. Well, 1 year and counting. Nothing is over. Thank you so much, Mike. I appreciate it, dude. Happy Dilliversary. I just made that up. Maybe they have the 4405s in a PDT account. That's not funny. I got 3 minutes to break below 4505 and live the dream. Volume's picking up. Does anybody know the sell side imbalance right now? $75% is 4400s. That was hard to hold. Lame. They're gonna close in the money, aren't they? I fucking hope so, because I can't close mine. Are you straddling this weekend? Yeah. I already have one. 4,000. 1 sec. Oh, fuck off. Does anybody know how to short anymore? What the fuck? Sell more futures? 4 minutes left. Here at Vol Short Incorporated, we're better at than you. SAX green on the week. Really? Huh. Yeah, I guess so. I'd be really pissed when futures sells off after close. Well, I won't be that pissed. I'm short futures, but I'll be a little pissed. What an absurd day. Ah, 3 minutes left. There's no way this fails. They're just gonna keep buying the 45.05. I will say Monday is setting up to look quite bearish though, which is kind of cool. Fast Gamma rocketed up to like 44.50. So at least some longer dated puts came in. More out of the money calls getting sold. I really hope they lose 44.05 though. They don't deserve them. Go down. There's only like a minute left. Did dreams come true? In fucking 40 seconds? No way. No. Cap down $1. Ten seconds left. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding ding. Motherfuckers. They kept the 44.05 in the money. The fact that they bought the majority of them at $3, I guess, doesn't matter. They got that last 73 cents out of them. Pricks. Anyway. What are you gonna do? I hope their wives leave them. Me too. Now we can go look at futures. Yeah, futures are actually holding up pretty well too here. Dixie? And Dixie's moving up. What the fuck? Just trying to claw it back against everything. Anyway. Roll credits. Let's get the weekend started. Well, I'm going to see you guys all on Sunday at 12:30 p.m. for the members only stream. I guess we'll see how options positioning looks Monday. Right now, I would say things look pretty bearish. We're just barely above like the longer trend VWAP on futures. We failed the upside test today and closed below delta neutral. Accumulation of short positions. I mean, there's still a lot of Vega risk at, well, now again at 4,400 because they decided to try to pump off of it. But 43.75, 50, and 4,300. You know, over the weekend, I can't see the news of today shaking out positively. You know, Nvidia shit the bed on earnings. The whole week was kind of just not bullish, right? None of the data came in positive. There's nothing really impactful next week till like Tuesday, Wednesday. I think we get jolts on Wednesday, right? If PCE's up, that's just gonna mean, you know, the Fed's probably gonna raise rates, and then core and PPI are probably both gonna be up because oil prices. Oil's back at 80 on futures again. I don't know if that's quite bottomed out yet, but it might be getting kind of close to it. Treasury futures or T-bond futures closed up today, which is surprising. They were down through most of the pump. But it looks like yields kind of blew out on the 2 and the 5 going into close, even though the 10, 20, and 30 contracted a bunch. Dixie's at 104 going into the weekend. Yen's at 146.36. So we'll probably see those move higher into next week. I don't know what Lagarde said, but the euro's down since she opened her trap, so I'd imagine nothing positive about the euro. And I guess that's about it. So yeah, next week we're gonna be, you know, we're gonna be very focused on like fast gamma, which is now moved back up. In the early part of the week, and then that's roughly somewhere around there. I think it's a little lower. It's like here. So you know, this is going to be still our bullish range, probably between 43.80, 44, 43.80 and delta neutral is going to be kind of our mid range, and then below 43.80 is going to be bearish. We do have a head and shoulders here, and this candle, I mean, on the 1 hour almost confirms it. I don't want to see another drop, but if we break this lower trend again, that's I mean, from a technical standpoint, that's really bearish, right? I mean, it's like a 1 hour head and shoulders on an ascending trend, which is, you know, if that fails, oh boy. So yeah, I guess we'll see how things shake out over the weekend. But I can't really think of anything bullish that occurred at this point. So I don't see any reason for the longer dated put positioning to give up. And you know, we already know that the bull side has been weakening progressively over the last couple weeks, so surely no more bearish news could come out this weekend, right? I mean, no bullish news has come out for like 3-4 weeks now. Knees and toes time at the JPM long puts. If we hit the JPM long puts, I'm gonna orgasm right here on stream in front of everybody. Anyway, I'll see you guys all Sunday. I know you will, Dork. Same time. Same like Tantric. Tips? GME tips? Still contracting a little bit. I'm wondering if the reduced liquidity here on a market turnaround could give us like a slow grind up the way we got back here into earnings. Or like Jan. These are super shitty though, and profiting off of them sucks because you have to buy overpriced at the money calls. But I mean, we're trending down. Liquidity is tightening. Borrow rate's probably going to start going up if we move much lower, and stay in this price range. So yeah, I mean they're going to have to start digging for liquidity to the upside, but it may not be quick, right? Like it may not be like an OPEX because well, we didn't have a fucking OPEX run, right? And so um, earnings is out on 6.9. Yeah, we might see a slow climb or stagnate into earnings, and then they cover at earnings and try to short back into the morning session. You know, the old favorite. But that's kind of where GME is right now. So yeah, you could go long at it on it, but I wouldn't go very far out of the money, and I'd definitely want to have enough theta to carry through September OPEX in case earnings just serves to provide them with extra liquidity, right? So if people sell or institutions sell at earnings and liquidity moves back up, this won't blow off until September when the ETFs rebalance. So keep that in mind, I guess. There might be some ETF FTDs, but I'll check with Carl. If those are happening, those are going to be through like from like next Friday through next next Friday through the following Wednesday, which is like September. That's going to be before earnings, right? So September like 5th, 6th should be where they're highest. I don't have the charts right now, but yeah, if like 4, 5, and 6 for September for ETF FTDs. I'll check out what the numbers are. They're probably not phenomenal. Um and they were pretty good last time and we still didn't get anything out of them. So, although we're liquid enough now that maybe we will. That's it. Time for synthetic long on GME. Check the skew. If you can't get decent leverage off it, it's not worth it. No, September 15's too little. You have to go out beyond that. You probably need like whatever the end of September contract is at a minimum. And that's risky if you have to hold it into what is that like the 29th? That's risky if you have to hold it into OPEX. But there's ways to offset your theta decay, so you guys can figure that out. All right, thank you guys for tuning in. I'll see you on Sunday. Have a great weekend, everybody. Later.